All right. Stardate is 57179.3. It's been roughly almost about a week since the gun year took off for a Nerf Prime. Currently, evacuation efforts are ongoing as the crew of Deep Space Nine is conducting operations of diverting supplies to the new Unearthian homeworld. In recent days, merchant vessels have been targeted by pirates coming to Deep Space 17, as Starfleet vessels in the region are engaged in rescue-saving operations around the Ebon Expanse. So far, 8 merchant vessels have been lost due to pirate activity between K-31 and Deep Space 17. And many of these supplies are supposed to be heading towards the new Unearthian colony. And with that, we're going to jump to operations as the red alert sirens begin.
Ah, shit. Arif is gonna mutter and stand up and head out of his office.
Vogel asks for reports from the crew, as well as her own counsel.
Whoever's currently at communications, Commander, we're getting distress signal from the USS Amphilis. It's pretty garbled.
On screen.
And on screen appears a static image of a civilian captain. To Deep Space 17, this is the SS We're under attack by a clean. Please respond. And repeats.
Klingons. Did you say Klingons?
And moments later, the transmission goes blank as you lose communications.
Burke, what's the closest vessel to their location?
That's going to be for Burke a reason plus con difficulty of 2, assisted by the station's computers con. And I'm sure Arif can walk out here onto ops.
Could this also be reason science? Because sensors.
No, this is more of trying to figure out positions of starships.
How would that still not be science?
It's not a planet or scientific endeavor.
Location of ships in space is not science?
No.
If you say so.
And the sensors are not really helping you. It's the computer telling you this is where this ship is supposed to be at.
Difficulty?
2. Computer's con. This can be succeed at cost if you want.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't matter.
The nearest Starfleet ship is the Sentry, which is currently docked.
Very well. Call down to the docking bay. Have the sentry prepared for immediate lunch. And come down to the Klingon ambassador. Let's see if he knows anything about this.
Who's operating sensors right now?
Either Burke or me.
Insight, engineering, or science difficulty 1. Assisted by the station's sensors plus science.
You say reason?
Insight.
Sensor ops?
Yeah.
And you said sensor science for station?
I got it.
All right, thanks.
Not very well, but I got it.
Oh, I should give Burke something because of the activation. Damn it. Commander, the Amphileus no longer appears on our sensors.
Sighing a little bit, Reef's gonna say good-naturedly, well, be careful. Be careful what you wish for, Sarah. It appears that you are definitely gonna get the break from station duty that you requested, Captain.
We do have to keep in mind that I will not be here next week, so if this is a two-parter with the Sentry, I cannot be on it. Just an FYI.
Well, I mean, anything else, let's assign one of us XO duties just in case. And I mean, I don't know.
Just so you know, as we're planning personnel for this, just do note that I will not be here next week.
I mean, I feel perfectly comfortable risking it, and then just if it ends up needing that, I guess one of us could just take over the XO and kind of just roll with that. But that's up to everyone else, I'd say.
Would that not be Garibaldi?
Yeah, so if we're still on the ship or whatnot, Garibaldi would just essentially be in command, and Vogel will fall through a hole in the plot. And
All right, we'll cross that bridge when the time comes here in a bit. So,
yeah, Arif's gonna good-naturedly end that with Captain.
Understood, sir.
And I'm gonna look around ops and say, is there anyone that could clean this up a little bit? Maybe we could identify which Klingon ship is appears to be accosting the merchant.
It depends on how you wish to tackle the issue of trying to identify is going to reflect what the role is going to be.
All right. I'm gonna say, uh, let's try to clean up some of that static. Maybe we can get a visual ID. And if that doesn't work, try to see if there's any sensor logs attached and see if we can start matching signatures.
Well, that'd be nice because my sources ran dry. No one seems to know which groups are doing this or where the goods are being sold after they're stolen.
Oh, this wouldn't be this could be an opportunity to find out. Um,
So, are you wanting to try and clean up the transmission that you recorded, or are you trying to go through the sensor logs of the battle?
Probably first trying to clean up the transmission that was recorded. I think that's probably the less likely to score a hit, but I also think it would take a little bit less time.
Control engineering difficulty 2, assisted by the ship's computers plus engineering. Or sorry, the station's computers engineering.
Any chance I could argue command and just order as a way of saying I ordered one of the crew members to do it instead?
You can assist with control command.
Excellent. I will assist with control command. Uh, Garibaldi, why don't you why don't you see what you can do about sprucing up this picture?
Sure, Commander. It was what in engineering?
Control engineering difficulty 2, assisted by the station's computers engineering.
Um,
I accidentally rolled twice.
yeah, I'll try to roll it flat. That was a mistake. Yeah, an engineering test. I don't have any rerolls.
State. I think we have the station assist.
No, you can't assist if I don't make at least one.
Oh, that's true.
Can't gain any successes. Sorry, Commander. It's not not able to clear it up, sir.
I figured as much, and then looking to Vogel, I'll see if there's any chance we can identify which Klingon vessel that is um, just from our sensor recordings, if possible.
I see.
This will be a reason plus engineering or science difficulty of 3, assisted by the station's computers engineering or science.
Right, I'll use the momentum.
Oh, you already rolled. Dang.
You can re-roll that one because I have technical expertise.
Oh, no. Let's see if that helps.
Ouch.
Ouch. You succeed, but there's a complication.
Yeah.
Yep. Go for it.
Dice are not my friends this evening. I don't have a die gel to put them in. Really not anything we can do about that. So complicate our lives, GM.
That is what the complication.
Looking at the logs, commanders, it appears that there might have been multiple Klingon vessels. One would decloak, firing disruptor salvos, while the other one recloaked. Hard to get an exact number or even an exact identification, but it does appear to be a Baril type or Baril class vessel.
Looking up at Garibaldi, I'm gonna say to him, not necessarily for today, but why don't you start thinking about whether or not we have any merchant ships that we own?
We
And then
got
I'm gonna
we got one in storage, Commander.
do we?
Yeah, that
Uh,
Orion ship we confiscated a couple months ago. Been thinking it'd be awful. Might be a good idea to use it as bait.
Looking at my two officers, I'm gonna nod and I'm gonna say, I agree, and I think this has gone on far too long. So, examine the viability of this, and if we can get it done quick, let's do it. And for now, let's keep prepping the Sentry, but let's be prepared to take the Orion ship with us.
Well, what I'm thinking, Commander, is maybe put something in the cargo hold of that Orion ship to make it look like it's uh, medical goods. And what little I'm getting from my sources that it's mostly medical goods and construction equipment that's being stolen. So let's make it look like our the cargo hold of the Orion ship is full of that stuff, and maybe really put a security team in there, and then have the Sentry follow along at a be not be close enough to make it look like we're being followed, but close enough to respond when I get attacked.
load them for bear, but I still think, yeah. I hold on. I apologize. I'm blanking on the name of the merchant ship, but it is destroyed or it is disabled.
Neither one. The Orion ship I got in deep storage is the one that we confiscated from those.
No, 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 no. I'm talking about the one that had just been attacked by the Klingons. The one in
It's
the
off,
sensor
I
rings.
don't think we
it's
know.
off sensor, so we can't confirm if it was destroyed or not.
All right. In which case, I still believe this to be the priority, Garibaldi. But quite frankly, stopping this and getting more information is a very, very close second.
Well, what are your orders, Commander?
Well, start prepping the Orion ship and start prepping the Sentry if we can spare the time to get the ship prepped and ready to go. Let's start it en route um, while we head to inspect while the Sentry heads to inspect the um, the merchant vessel.
All right. Well, then, with your permission, Commander, I will. I'll start working on getting that Orion ship set up.
Take whoever you need, both of you.
So I do recommend we maybe loop in the Klingon ambassador, see if maybe he knows who's behind this.
If we do,
Um,
he might tell whoever's behind us that we're coming.
uh, be that as it may, I apologize. I think I cut someone off.
No, I think you're good.
Um, be that as it may, I don't. I tend to agree, or with Garibaldi here. However, I don't think. I think that's a question we can ask tomorrow. For now, let's keep everything close to ourselves and worry about that after we deal with the immediate crisis.
Aye, sir.
Good luck and good hunting.
We'll go head down to where the sentry's docked.
Um, and looking at Garibaldi, or he's gonna say, and Garibaldi, well, quite frankly, don't do anything stupid.
Who, me? No, that's
Yes,
talking about Commander.
don't take unnecessary risks on this one. Something tells me that, well, you're gonna be far more useful in the long run, is all.
Yeah, we'll just tell Commander Vogel to show up quick when I start yelling for help.
Ah, laughing, I'll say, given how much of a pain you typically are, especially to her, what makes you think she's gonna come running?
That's true. She might have sudden warp, sudden problems with her warp core.
Um, and laughing at that, I'll say, why don't you take an extra few security members as well,
I was glass.
just in case.
But I gotta grab an engineer and get the cargo bay dummied up to make it look like it's got useful cargo. Prefer not to take the real thing. in case I lose.
Take some junk if you can, and maybe rig a console to put something out, some sort of field that can um, make a passable impression. And I I think you'll be able to figure this one out. This is right up your alley.
It is what I do, Commander.
Excellent. A refill will nod, and he'll look around ops, and if nobody kind of otherwise engages him, he'll head back to his office and start overseeing the prep of the sentry.
All right, GM on that Orion ship. How much crew do I need for it?
Considering 2 people operated it before, not a lot. It's not a very big ship, so
Is it? It's big enough that it can look like it's a cargo hauler, though. Yeah.
no, not really.
Foiled.
I mean, I could make it look like it's ferrying medical supplies.
Just replicate a huge mirror and attach it with a pole. It'll make the ship look twice as big.
Yeah.
Um, actually, why not? Reviewing in his office, and just taking a quick look to get reacquainted with the Orion ship, Arif will kind of notice the size and radio down to Garibaldi.
Yeah, Commander.
Hey Garibaldi, I was just taking a look here, and it occurs to me our Orion ship is well a
Smaller than we
little
thought it was.
yeah. However, that being said, it occurs to me that unless unless anyone actually goes and physically looks, well, maybe there's a way around that too. Um, Maybe you can try to configure the deflector dish to emit um, s- some sort of signal that will interfere with the Klingon sensors and allow us to have a bit of a larger profile than we actually do.
Yep. GM, what would it take to rig this ship to make it look like it's a larger cargo vessel?
Um, I guess give me insight plus engineering difficulty 2.
Inside engineering diff 2.
Or reason. I can give you reason too.
It's the same for me. That's the problem with building a jack of all trades.
Can I Any chance I can assist with presence command? Because
No.
I just ordered it.
Can I? How much crew support we got?
I used one.
They only have a total of 8. So
Oh. And I'm gonna use a crew support if everyone's okay with that to activate Chief Amathi from the engineering department.
I think we actually have a crew support at 10. At least that's what the sheet says.
And then I think he's been activated once, so I think I'm gonna use this activation to give him bold engineering. Is that all right, GM?
sure.
Got to have that bold engineering. Ooh, we haven't activated. I haven't used him in a while. All right, so Garibaldi's going to take this Cation chief and rope him into his plans. Inside engineering, no real focus, but I'll give you a threat for bold. See how he does. Huh, I got it.
He suggests that you equipped the hollow emitters on the outside portion of the Orion vessel and divert power, or put a bigger reactor into it and project a holographic essentially image around the ship, and then also fool the sensors for the internal components to make it appear like another vessel.
Good. How long do you think that'd take us?
A week.
Well, once we got this installed, we could use it for a variety of fake configurations, right?
Possibly. Depends on the matrix and what components we put into it.
All right, Chief, go ahead and get started on that.
Yeah, aye, sir.
Garibaldi will chirp his comp. Send a message up to Lieutenant Garibaldi to Commander Reef.
Go ahead, GQ.
All right, I got that plan in the works. Gonna take engineering at least a week to get that ship ready the way we want it.
All right, fair enough. So we'll put your plan on hold for a week, and then we'll get to it. Hey, while you're at it, why don't you have them uh, why don't you have them do the same modifications to one of the shuttles as well?
Like one of our runabouts, Commander?
That's what I'm thinking. For some reason, I don't think we need it right now, but maybe, who knows? It could be useful in the future.
All right, boss. But if I just put Chief Amathi on detached duty to get that done, think the chief engineer would be okay with that?
Well, if they're not, I will, well, quite frankly, overrule them. So, go for it.
Yes, sir. And Garibaldi will send orders down to Chief Amathi to when he finishes working on the Orion vessel to begin working on one of the station's runabouts, doing the same modifications. We got to give that Orion ship a name.
He comes back with you. Says, "Apologies, Lieutenant. I am unable to do that. The reactors are not big enough to be able to power a runabout or shuttlecraft for the hollow emitters to where it can project a much larger size vessel."
Understood. I'll let the commander know. It was worth a thought anyway. But consider yourself on dedicated duty to get that Orion vessel prepped for me. We'll get you relieved of your regular duties on the commander's authority.
He just acknowledges and gets to work. All right, so Vogel's taking the sentry out.
Yep.
And you're going to go ahead to the last known red coordinates to where the Amphilis went to.
Yes.
All right.
Klingons can be dealt with later. We got to figure out what's going on with that ship.
Yep. But real quick, though, we're going to do a scene change.
Don't have release.
Arif's in his office, I'm assuming. What are you doing, Garibaldi?
He doesn't have anything else to do. I don't want to get into the Chief's way. His engineering skill's not that good. It's not that bad either.
I just want to know where you're at on the station.
Well, with Garibaldi, he's probably wandering around.
All right, so somewhere on the station.
Probably in the civilian area, again, trying to pick up rumors of what people know unsuccessfully, but you know. But yep, I'll say that's Garibaldi's doing. Is he is out of uniform, making his round, kind of making the rounds of the civilians areas, trying to pick up rumors or any hint of what people know about what's going on.
Okie dokie. Commander Arif, I'm going to pick on you for a bit. You hear a chime at your door.
Enter.
Commander Reef, Kate Chambers, Federation News Network. I was hoping to have a moment of your time.
Oh, Arif will say, looking slightly surprised, but as he stands up quickly and says, "Of course, you know what? For the media, I'll give you 3. And oh, are you thirsty? Would you like something to drink?"
Water would be fine. Thank you.
Excellent. And I'll head to the replicator and get her a water, and just because Arif's feeling a little fancy, he'll get himself a bubbly water, and return to his desk and hand her the cup. After sitting, he'll say, "So what can I do for you?"
Yes, I would just for all the Federation citizens back home as well across all Federation space, it appears this area has become a bit of a hotbed, and our viewers would very much like to know what's going on down here.
Nodding, Arif will think about that for a moment and say, um, that's certainly fair, Miss Chambers, was it?
Yes, Kate Chambers.
Ah, very well, Katie. Um, as Arif leans back a little bit, he says, um, "Well, the first thing that you should know, and what's very important, is that the situation, quite frankly, for all of most of your viewers, is happening in an area of space that is, well, quite far removed from your own. Uh, Presently, and this is certainly a factor that's in each and every one of our minds moving as we move forward through this situation. We we do believe that there's no danger with which you should worry about. And the best thing that you can do, quite frankly, to send your support is, well, quite frankly, if you have some fast ships, hey, send them my way for a couple weeks. If you don't,
Well, that's what I
then
wanted to ask you about, Commander. Recently, seems that pirate activity has picked up in this area. From last reports I heard, there was 8, maybe a 9th vessel that has been targeted by pirates and has gone missing in this area.
Miss, I'm sorry, is it Miss or Mrs.?
Miss Chambers.
Miss Chambers, um, here's something that's very important to understand, and, well, quite frankly, it's something that's not not intuitive to grasp, but the fact of the matter is this type or level of piracy that we're noticing is not completely abnormal for a certain area of space. The fact that there are other factors going on right now kind of put a spotlight on this sector, highlight some of these issues, but it would be, I think it wouldn't be out of line to say that this is not overly indicative of quote hotbed of criminal activity.
I see. Is Starfleet doing or planning anything to help secure the trade lanes that's from K31 to Deep Space 17?
At the moment, we're considering doing anything and everything to get um, to make sure that any of our merchant, or well, quite frankly, your merchant ships are in the best position and in have the ability to make the safest trip possible. After all, the the truth is that our merchant fleet, while not governed by Starfleet specifically, it's the lifeblood of our Federation, and it's what it's what keeps all of our Starfleet installations and ships running. It's in everybody's best interest to make sure that they're safe and able to fly free.
So Starfleet is sending additional vessels to help with the trade lanes.
With all due respect, Miss Chambers, I'm not in a position to decide what exactly Starfleet will and will not make public. For that, I believe you'd have to, well, get someone a little bit higher up on the food chain. However, without directly answering that question, I can tell you, as I've just stated, that any and every plan is certainly being looked into, and plenty of them are already underway.
And what are your current thoughts of a current bill going through the Federation Council of potentially repealing the Cardassian Aid Act of 2376? Currently, there are several representatives within the Federation Council that wish to um, repeal the Cardassian aid and begin diverting those supplies to the Inerthians.
Well, the fact, I'll be honest with you, Miss Chambers, I have a dual perspective on the subject. The first part of me says that you don't need a reason to be friendly. And if the reason that we're providing aid is because of a piece of paper or a signed treaty, then what's that say about ourselves as a people? And as to the other aspect, the Federation is well is quite large, and our resources are quite plentiful. I I do believe we can fully accomplish assisting both great nations, even if it means certain certain areas of our own great nation have to take a moment and maybe uh, do without some of the extravagant luxuries for a short time. I don't think that that's too big of a price to pay.
I believe I have everything that should do it for now, Commander. If you care to comment anything situation going on, I know there's been supposed rumors of Klingon Klingon like pirate activity in the area, but I don't deal with rumors.
Well, Miss Masters, with all due respect, I quite frankly don't like to either. So, on that basis alone, I think not only should I not particularly talk down along that avenue, but, well, quite frankly, you shouldn't even bother listening.
So you don't think the Klingons have anything to do with the disruption in the trade lanes?
Arif will chuckle and say, "Oh, Miss Masters, come on, we just got done admitting to each other that we don't like to deal in rumors. Let's let's not start that path now. Um, is there anything else I can help you with?"
No, that should do it. Thank you, Commander Arif, and thank you for the glass of water.
Oh, of course. And should you want to, feel free to take it with you as a souvenir. It's not every day that, well, I should I realize how that sounds, and I should preface this by saying it has nothing to do with me occupying the office, but where we where we are here, Miss Masters, if I can impress nothing else along your readers, it's important. It's, well, quite frankly, it's the edge of known space, and it's what's next. You may not be here again for a very long time, and the next time you do come here, it may be quite different. So I hope you take a moment to enjoy it, and I hope you can pass along some of the wonder and awe that I feel every day just waking up here along to your readers, because it's, as I said, it's important.
Have a good day, Commander. And
Be well.
she walks out of your office.
Arif will just chuckle to himself and mutter something about reporters and sit back down.
Are you back yet, Vogel?
Still eating.
Okay. Real quick to catch up with you, Doctor. A civilian freighter was supposedly attacked by Klingon birds of prey and has gone missing, along with several other merchant vessels in the area, all linked to pirate activity.
Okay. Are there any casualties coming in to the station?
Unfortunately, it is presumed all hands were lost in those engagements.
Yikes. Is there anybody going out to investigate from the station?
Vogel is commanding the sentry out to go investigate the last known location of the Emphas.
Does it look like I'd be available to go? Or would it be too dangerous?
Vogel would bring medical personnel just in case they do find the ship.
So if there's nothing pressing on the station,
Nothing pressing on the station currently.
Commander Arif, this is Dr. Martin.
Go for a reef.
Yeah, I am going to join Vogel on the expedition in the Sentry, and since there's nothing here for me at this moment, and plus I've heard there's plenty of casualties potentially, and I'd like to help as best as I can.
Okay, Doctor, only under the condition that, well, you return unharmed.
No guarantees, sir, but I will do my best.
Excellent. Good luck, Doctor. Come back.
Thank you, Commander. This is Dr. Martin for Lieutenant Commander Vogel.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Yes, real quick. I requested to join you on your expedition on the Sentry, and I will report when you are ready.
Very good. Thank you, Doctor. Meet me on the Sentry.
Aye, sir. I felt good. I'm out now. All right, get ready. And is it possible to bring a medical team with me? Especially with the amount of casualties.
They'll have their own personnel on board, Doctor.
Okay. head to the sentry.
Real quick though, because I forgot to write this in from last week, I'm going to do a bit of a time skip, or well, not time skip, but callback to an earlier point in time.
Yep.
But this is going to be with Garibaldi.
Okay. Take a break from this model and break it. Here I want to save the day.
Sorry, I was saying. This is after essentially your shift. It is the previous night.
Okay.
Or well, sorry, during the previous day, just closely after your shift. And you hear a chime at your cabin door.
I will tell whoever it is to come in. Come in.
Captain Prax appears with her child. Lieutenant Garibaldi.
Yes, ma'am. I do for you. Come on in.
Oh, thank
Can I
you.
get you something?
No, I won't be long. The expedition is due to ship out soon here. We're going to be heading straight for the center of the expanse.
Oof.
I need you to do me a favor, though.
Okay. What do you need?
It's something very special and requires lots of delicacy.
You've met me, right, Captain?
I'm sure you're will overcome the challenges that may face you.
Well, appreciate your confidence, Captain. What is it exactly you're asking of me?
I need you to watch Tesri for me while I'm gone.
Okay. Oh. So,
Look, it's very dangerous, and you're the only one I can trust that can keep her safe when I'm not around here. I can't exactly bring her with me into the expanse, given the known dangers.
I understand that. We, I'm honored that you would trust me with your daughter, Captain.
And you're the only other person that really knows of the circumstance surrounding her.
Well, Esri, how do you feel about this?
Mommy says I'll be safe with you.
Uh-huh. Okay, Captain. How long do you expect to be gone? You don't know, do you?
Hopefully, we'll only take a few weeks at best.
Well, all right. If we can get to the bigger quarters. What about school? Kids do school, right?
They do, though she's a little young. I have been using a hollow program teacher to help her with some of her studies. It's everything is in her bag for that stuff.
All right. Well, I'll help you out, Captain. Sure.
And
Figure out something to do when I'm on duty.
she hands you a pad. If anything, if you don't hear from me after 3 weeks, here are some instructions for you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I hope I don't have to open these. Sorry where you're going. I don't know if your 3 weeks is you're giving yourself enough time, but I'll do as you ask.
I don't plan to stay in that region as longer than that, but
Well, just promise us both you'll be as careful as the situation allows you to be.
I will do my best to come back.
Well, that young Esri is the best we can ask for.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am. You, just be careful, Prax. But not too careful.
I will. And she kneels down and gives her daughter Kesri a big hug and tries to hold back the tears. You be safe now, all right? And listen to Lieutenant Quinix here. And try to stay out of trouble. And she kisses her daughter on the forehead and gives a nod to you before she walks out.
All right. Well, yeah, I was reading. Mom said you got all your school stuff. Hopefully, that magic bag comes with toys and fun stuff too.
It has my dolly. You want to see it?
Absolutely.
And she goes into the bag and starts pulling out like some of her toy dolls and begins showing them to you.
And, Garibaldi will replicate the appropriate doll house and spend a little time playing dolls with Kesri. Is that right? Do I have that right?
Esri, yes.
Hold on. Tell the commander this. I was close on the spelling.
All right. Meanwhile, we're gonna jump over to the Sentry.
That's gonna put my B bait for the Orion's plan, and so put a crink in that plan. Thanks, Prax.
You're welcome. Captain Vogel.
Yes.
You've been at Warp, heading towards the last known location on the Sentry for the past few hours.
Oh, you already had him on there. Oops.
Oh, Mathis was the one working on the Orion ship.
Yeah, Mafi.
Yeah, I'll take Simon then.
That's tactical.
Oh, wrong guy. Shit.
Yeah.
Who was I gonna grab?
What about Leaf? When we, or do we take someone we can develop? Because Leaf's been developed pretty good. I mean,
Yeah, we could probably check Juza. Although, not the best engineer.
that's kind of why I picked a Matthews to develop in a little.
We could take Nova Parker. I don't think she's been activated at all.
Mhm.
Who's running the scans?
Probably the corporal here. Whoever wants to play the corporal, or is it ensign? What are we?
I saw. I'm gonna switch the friend. Yeah, if I'm not fine, he's a con officer, so I'm gonna switch him out for a different. Oh, that's the wrong one. You know what? Why not? Give the doctor some backup if need be, but I'm probably not on the bridge, so.
So whoever's at science can, as you near the last known location of the Amphilis, give me a reason plus science or engineering difficulty of 2, assisted by the Sentry's sensors plus science.
Well, I'll get the ship since I can't seem to find that particular officer.
It's in the science support characters. Kiji
Here's-
Nokan.
Entry.
I have a sheet up. What's the role?
Oh, there it
Reason
is.
plus science or engineering. Difficulty 2.
Take a threat.
Gain 2 momentum. As you near, let's see, who wants to do the speaking part?
You can have Garibald to do it.
Okay. He looks like a Bajoran.
He is.
I know, because he's got the funny earrings on. Captain, I'm detecting a fairly sizable debris field at our destination, sir. Ma'am.
Can you confirm? Is it the what's the name of the ship? The Amphilis.
Jim, can I confirm as the sciencey officer? Do I get a free question? I can confirm that there are standard Federation alloys in the debris. It is likely that's our ship, or was. Prophets,
Tactical. Go ahead, finish up.
prophets have mercy on them.
Tactical, make sure you keep our shields up. All departments, I want you to scan the debris, determine exactly what destroyed her. See if you can't find any computer components or anything we can get sensor readings from.
First thing NOCOM wants to look for are signs of escape pods.
That would have been my next order.
Reason, science, or engineering difficulty of 1, assisted by the ship's sensors plus engineering.
Sensor operations focus.
Yes.
Right. Here is that wrong? Seriously? Maybe I get something on the assist. The assist was computer science, yeah?
Sensors.
Sensor science. Duh.
No, sensors engineering.
Sensors. Wow, I was all sorts of off.
You gain momentum, there's a complication.
I'm going to take that momentum and one of the two on the board to squash squash. NOCOM looks slightly dejected at his board. Captain, I'm not detecting any escape pods.
Damn, and we got here too late. Ops, any idea what destroyed the thing?
Let's make this reason plus science or security difficulty of 2, assisted by the ship's sensors plus weapons. No, science. We'll go science. Yeah. Weapons, science. Oh, sorry. Sensor science.
Whoever wants to roll for ops.
Now, is science and ops separate stations on this ship?
Probably.
Yeah, I'll take reason security for this. Assisted by the ship's sensors plus security or science.
So we could even have a tactical roll if we want.
All right, Arif, be that tactical girl. Or mountain.
Is it Parker you're talking about?
Or Ron.
Yes.
Or Ran is in the currently. She's engineering. That's tactical.
Is it? Well, then I grabbed 2 security officers then.
No. Parker is engineering. She is engineering. Ran is.
She's a security officer. They're both security officers, actually.
No.
Oh, wait, no.
she-
Never mind. Never
yeah.
mind. Sorry.
Okay, where he's under operations?
No, the tactical. He's under security. The guy you made, Cal.
I don't have access to this particular advising him. And what is it again?
Reason plus security, assisted by the Sentry sensors plus security.
Yeah, it's tactical systems and security protocols. What any of these focus applying?
It's more or less to do with energy. I'll take tactical systems at an increased complication.
Sure. And I'll take an extra guy.
You spending threat or momentum?
Yeah. That's fine. Actually, threat is a turn.
Giving me a threat?
Yeah, he's a security guy. So, maybe.
Sensors plus security.
Oh, hold on. We got it.
Reason plus.
Oof, maybe I should stop rolling for ships and stations.
What's security? In science.
It doesn't matter.
What's it for?
Does the Sentry have a security rating of 4?
I don't think so. No. Yeah, it does.
So
I had heard
5.
sensors. It's heard.
It could be either or.
Sensor security.
Oh, if we could take center security, that is the better roll.
Well,
it was either or sensor security or science, and science was rolled. So you gain 2 momentum anyway off the roll. So
Looks like the weapon feature is disruptor based. It is consistent with the Klingon starship weapons. So
Are we detecting any Klingon ships in the area?
well, if they're close.
Ups, give me reason plus science or con difficulty 2, assisted by the ship's sensors plus con.
Reason science. I guess no con is sensor ops as a focus.
Yes.
Difficulty 2. Low values. Low talents. I'm gonna spend a momentum for a third die. Oh, I'm gonna get one of those back. Oh, and then with a sentry. That actually helps quite a bit. If I can get things off my screen. Sensors and con. Sensors, con. All right,
You say you want to use the ship.
that's it. I'm not rolling for the ship anymore.
Weird that the
gain a
ship
momentum.
only has a con of 1.
I gave the momentum back I spent, though, right?
Wait a minute. Our ship has a con of 4. How is it reading a 1?
I don't know. I mean, I rolled.
Rolled
I rolled it.
It rolled a 19 anyway. Sure, you're on the right.
I swear I clicked con.
Because that looks like a station roll.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't have mattered.
I'll roll the ship for now on.
Yep. Thank you.
We'll try our luck.
Between my rolls for DS-17 and the Sentry, I think I'm done rolling for the ship.
I was going to make sure that it's was something else and not the sheep.
Ken Vogel, the only Klingon vessels I'm detecting. There's a Klingon merchant vessel about 40 light years away. It is on course for Deep Space 17.
A merchant vessel?
That's what I'm seeing on the sensors. So,
Are there any warp signatures or impulse trails leading away from this location?
dang, that was the next thing I was going to ask about. We're reading each other's mind, Vogel. Which I worry for you because it's scary in there.
Oh, you should see what's in my mind.
Reason plus science difficulty of 4, assisted by the ship's sensors plus science.
All right, sensor ops is a focus.
I'm up to comp by the comp range 2.
For sure. I'm gonna give you. I'll give you a threat and 2 momentum for 2 extra die. That way, I don't spend all the momentum, just most of it. Ooh,
What was ship?
Sensor science.
Zowie.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 momentum gain. Yeah.
At least somebody can work with the ship.
Yes, 2 momentum gained.
Yep, there are multiple ion trails heading towards Deep Space 17. Can I tell if any of those ion trails are consistent with Klingon vessels? I use that my free sciencey person question.
I gave you 2 before because it was more of an advantage creation. This was something else. This will be a momentum spend.
I will spend the momentum for that answer. As in larger than a merchant vessel? Sir, some of those ion trails are from Klingon vessels, but they're larger than the Burrell class ships that Deep Space Nine or Deep Space 17 detected during the attack.
Do you have a course in heading?
They are headed towards Deep Space 17, Captain.
How old are these ion trails?
Can I tell GM, or is that going to be another momentum spend? About an hour, sir.
And GM, just for my clarification, how long was this attack ago?
I'm a better part of a day, nearly. Close to probably 16 hours.
And these are in the last hour, you say.
Could be unrelated. Could be picking up their. Could be transporting captured material.
But they're all leading to Deep Space 17, right?
The ones I'm detecting, yes, sir.
Go ahead and hail Deep Space 17 for me, please.
Secure channel, sir.
Are you doing this under a secure channel?
I don't think it needs to be. Just normal communication lines.
Who's answering the call at 17?
Why not? Arif here.
Commander, we've reached the position of the Amphilis. Sorry to report that it appears to have been destroyed and we're not reading any escape pods. However, we did detect something of a curious nature. It appears that a few Klingon vessels have been around this site within the last hour. We've determined that their ion trails seem to be heading toward Deep Space 17. Do you know of any Klingon ships that have made a stop there recently?
GM?
Give me Insight Command difficulty 1 for memory recall.
Alrighty. Insight Command difficulty 1. Alrighty. I have. No, I do not think temporal will. I can roll with that.
That's one momentum gain. Yeah.
Yes.
Um, well, to the best of my recollection, nothing comes to mind, Captain. However, um, I do believe as let me just double check. Yeah, it seems like a few Klingon merchant vessels. They're gonna, they should be on the way to the station and arriving somewhat soon. Uh, well, it's a big galaxy, but this is an interesting coincidence. Why don't you head back to the station unless you see anything that you think you need to follow up on more?
There's one Klingon ship that is heading towards Deep Space 17 that we believe might have made a stop at this wreck as well. Think it might be the Starfleet thing to do to see that they make it to 17 safely.
Well, you're the one on the ground, Captain. Do whatever you think is right, and I'll back you up.
Understood, sir.
Good hunting.
Sentry out.
Yeah, let's get those sons of the paw race, Captain.
Is there any other information anyone needs a scan for here? And she'll look around the bridge.
Biological signs in the wreckage. Basically, Narcom's looking to see if the dead are here. Trying to determine if the possibility that the crew of the ship was their remains are in the wreckage, or perhaps they were taken by the pirates.
She'll nod.
Reason plus medicine or science, so by the ship's sensors plus science or medicine, difficulty of 1.
I'm assuming sensor stills are focus.
Yeah.
So there's 2 momentum. Can the ship get me a third?
Nope. Ship tried.
I have touched the ship's character sheet, so it apparently is, the ship is suffering from the George curse. Captain, I'm detecting 47 humanoid remains floating in the debris field.
Vogel will let out a loud, audible sigh. Bridge the transporter room. Please beam the deceased crew members of the freighter into the cargo bay. Let me know when it's finished.
Aye, sir.
Khan, once they are finished transporting the dead, I want you to set a rendezvous course with that transport. Engage when transport room is ready.
It takes about 20 or so minutes for them to collect all the remains.
Yeah, once that's done, we'll head to rendezvous.
Garibaldi, you're currently at in the terrestrial enclosure.
Yeah. What time? What time of day is it? seeing as how I had other things, I before when I said I was in that going to that enclosure, I did have there were things that have happened that I didn't know about yet.
Right. This is probably the next day, to be honest. So
Okay.
early morning.
Um, if it's early enough in the morning, everybody would probably. I don't know. I set the kid up with school, and
Got a daycare going.
yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Was there a secure daycare on the station?
Yeah, there is.
So we'll take Kesri to daycare and then do the things. GM for giving Garibaldi a reason to be careful.
Not really, no.
Semi-careful.
I mean, what do you plan on doing?
No, nothing dangerous now that I'm taking care of Prax's kid.
Right.
But
So,
yeah, he's just rumor listening then. People poor guys
for
like it's
me, uh, give me insight plus security difficulty 2 to notice something.
Insight security, dip 2. I will give you a threat for bold.
I do like threat.
I know. I like giving it to you. Threat well spent. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and re-roll that fail.
Oh, yeah, you're still listening to this entry.
Sorry.
I was like, wait, what? Why is this entry rolling? Gain a momentum. And as you're kind of walking around the dressing room closer, sort of kind of keeping one eye in one place and one eye in another place, you notice a couple Klingons throw a humanoid woman out the door to the Klingon ambassadors, or well, the diplomatic area for the Klingons.
They just throw her out and close the door behind her.
Yeah, pretty much.
Garibaldi will approach and say, "Are you okay, man? That looked kind of rough."
Klingons. Always try to be polite with them, and well, I just don't take too kindly. Sorry, where are my manners? Hey, Chambers. FNN or FNN.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Gary.
Gary. It's an odd name for a trill.
Well, I had an odd father.
Oh, so you're half trill, half human?
No, my dad was he was into kind of Earth history. He had a weird had a weird obsession with them. Yeah, that's probably why my parents' marriage broke up. He left her for a human woman. But that's neither here nor there. What'd you say your name was again?
Kate Chambers. I work for the Federation News Network.
Oof. And you were
Well,
poking around asking questions from the Klingons. And
I am a reporter after all. It's my job trying to get the scoop. It could have been worse. They could have broke my arm, or well.
that's true. But they would only do that if they really liked you. That's what I hear. You want a cup of coffee? Tell me all about your adventures with the Klingons.
I'm sorry, Gary, right?
Right.
What do you do on the station, Gary?
Oh, I'm the captain's yeoman. I'm just off duty right
Oh, you mean Commander Reef?
now. Commander, captain.
Or
When
are
you're as
you?
far down the when you're as far down the hierarchy as I am, they're all the rank is the same.
Well, true. Perhaps you might know a few things too. Sure, I'll take you up on that coffee.
Great. I know a great little coffee spot. Yeah, at least it's the place the captain always sends me for the commander always sends me for his coffee.
To the Big Bang Cafe.
Yeah.
And yeah, you escort Miss Chambers to the Big Bang Cafe, where you're greeted by one of the hostess, which I don't actually have a image for them, but Miss Grant. Oh, Lieutenant Quinix. How wonderful to see you again. Your usual table.
Yes, thank you.
And a certain someone, she just raises her eyebrow at you.
Gary's a nickname.
Gary's a nickname.
You know, Garibaldi, Gary.
Oh. And you sit down at your usual spot, not too far from the entrance, but enough to where you get a good advantage of the entire place, plus a nice window advantage where you can see what's going on everywhere.
So, Kate, what got you thrown out of the Klingon enclosure? Not that it doesn't take much, especially if you were being polite. Gotta be a
Well,
little more forceful with Klingons. That's what I hear.
I guess I asked too many questions.
Yeah? Well, Scuttlebutt has it that heard rumors about maybe some Klingon vessels being seen around in the area doing nefarious things. And what you asking the Klingons about?
I should ask why you're so interested, Lieutenant Garibaldi Quinix.
Well, you know, when you're the commander's yeoman, you gotta be good at bringing him information. Gotta be able to anticipate the commander's needs and wants.
Yeah, this is going to be like a posed check here to really kind of sell her that you're the yeoman at this point now. Presence command. Pose with insight command.
Command.
Yes, command.
Well, I earned a bunch of that. So I will. I'll spend one of those momentum.
Oh, this is a scene change, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Gosh, you take infiltration or espionage or any of my sneaky skills as a focus.
Deception.
Well, have that one. That's inherent in infiltration espionage.
I mean, I'll give it to you infiltration increased complication.
Sure, why not? About to blow my cover. All right, here we go. Seriously.
I'm going to spend a threat. Yeah. I double check something because she might have a reroll. Does your roll stand? Is all I'm asking.
I'd have to spend like a determination or something to reroll it.
It's
I
totally.
I don't have any rerolls on this particular thing.
Oh man.
Sometimes failure can be fun.
Well, Mr. Yeoman, why don't we just cut to the chase here? You're definitely not Commander Reeves or Admiral Keller's yeoman.
I'm definitely not the Admiral's yeoman.
In fact, I think you're the second officer of the station.
That's kind of like being a yeoman.
Is
He sends me on errands. He makes me collect information for. I get his coffee. Really, what's the difference?
So you're the intelligence officer on board the station.
I'd answer that, but then I'd have to wipe your mind.
Fair point.
But if I were the intelligence officer, I'd be really interested in what the Klingons told you or didn't tell you.
Well, they got really upset with me about asking why none of their merchant vessels have been fallen prey to the pirate activity.
Seems
Well,
like
they just threw me out.
Huh. You didn't even get a chance to ask them about rumors of Klingon vessels being involved in the attacks?
No, I didn't. So there's the rumors true. Klingon vessels are potentially involved in the attacks.
It is true that that's a rumor.
Fair point, Lieutenant.
All right. Seems to me like you struck a nerve with the Klingons, though.
That or they don't care for reporters. I wonder if the Klingons even really have news networks.
I don't know. I haven't spent a lot of time in Klingon space.
Neither have I.
Well, maybe the next time I have leave, we can take a vacation together to Kronos. I hear it's lovely this time of year.
Sorry, I'm afraid I'm probably all booked up for the year. Kind of go wherever there's a fire. And right now, there's a fire brewing here.
Yeah. I bet you've uncovered all sorts of interesting tidbits about the pirate attacks. You know, things that are rumors or rumored to be rumors.
Maybe, maybe not.
I mean, it would sure be. I like my friends to be nosy. We could be friends. You could be my nosy friend. I could be unnamed sources on the station.
Well, I do love a good inside scoop.
Well, that sounds an awful lot like what do the humans call it? Quid pro quo.
I scratch your back, you scratch mine. I think it's appropriate.
Sounds perfectly fair to me. Now, mind you, there are some things I couldn't tell you, but I'm sure I can come up with things that would help you get a jump on your competition. Do reporters have competition these days? Or is it just the one news network?
It's more like an internal struggle sometimes, but there are other outlets. But working for the Federation News Network, well, it's the big leagues.
So you're very good at what you do.
I try to be. I mean, there are other reporters. Some get sent out to remote locations, others get stuck interviewing Federation Council representatives all the time.
That sounds boring.
Yet they always get the better end of the deals, I feel like. Oh well.
Well, it's much more fun out here.
Unless I'm getting shot out or thrown out a Klingon ambassador's office. Anyway, tell me.
Klingon Empire oppresses free speech. Sounds like a headline to me.
A headline I think my editor would probably kill.
Oppresses freedom of the press?
Assuming I really have any evidence to support the claims that I currently have. Tell me, what do you know about the current black market on Deep Space 17? I heard that your commanding officer is in league with a certain Ferengi.
A reef? No.
Really?
Now, that Ferengi happens to be one of my friends.
Oh. That's an interesting story.
No, it's the source of interesting stories. A guy like me's got to keep his ear to the ground.
So
What better way to do it than borrow the ears of a Ferengi?
So you're not dealing with stolen goods or anything like that out of the station.
Me dealing stolen goods? No. But I'm sure it's happening. Just a few months ago, if I remember correctly, station security caught some Orions trafficking a stolen property.
Right, about that, I wanted to. You were in charge of that, weren't you? There was a little boy.
I think there was a child involved, but that child's been returned home to Trill,
Oh, so you were able to.
out of both of our range.
So you're able to locate the family. That's good for him.
Now, mind you, the kid's been through enough. I couldn't tell you who the parents were, but the child has been returned safely home.
So you know nothing about illegal slave trade lane going on here in the far reaches outside of Federation space.
I don't know nearly enough about that yet, Miss Chambers, but I can guarantee you, whoever Starfleet intelligence has working out in this area, when that person finds the slavers, they'll be put out of business quickly. That'll make a hell of a story when it happens.
Indeed, it will. Well, Lieutenant Quiddix
Please call me
Yeoman
Garibaldi.
Gary, thank you for the coffee. I must be going.
Well, perhaps we'll be able to meet longer next time. And Miss Chambers, you pick up any interesting rumors about those slavers, particularly rumors that you can verify? I'd be more than willing to trade for that information.
By trade, just read my column. She smiles and gets up and walks out of the cafe.
Garibaldi mumbles under his breath about how much he hates Orion slavers.
Anything else you're doing?
He's going to check on Kesri and then get an update from Chief Matthew, or read Chief Matthew's update that we sent. We sent me an update by comms.
They're gutting the inside of the Orion vessel to make room for the new fusion reactor.
Fantastic. Yeah, after he checks up on those things and checks up on Kesri and makes sure she's all right, Garibaldi then will go back to his general attempts at information gathering, and then he'll read Miss Chambers' column.
Probably should have finished writing that column. Arif, is there anything you wish to do before I cut back over to the Sentry?
Not that I can think of offhand. Outside of calling Ken, the custodian, to come pick up my rug for cleaning. That's about it.
Yeah, Garibaldi does need to stop by the commander's office too.
Sure, we can take care of that real quick.
Enter.
Hey, boss. Where's your rug?
I had to get it cleaned. Hell hath no fury and all that jazz.
Oh. Are you still having grief with the ex?
Grief is a strong word. Let's just say we've come to a temporary understanding to not talk unless duty requires.
Yeah, you'd think for people that live for hundreds of years, y'all learn to get over things. Anyway, I
Still new, but go on. I'm sure that's not why you
no,
came
no,
in
no.
here.
I heard something interesting. The rug. Did you get it from that Ferengi?
No.
Okay. Let's
Why?
check it.
What's up?
Oh, I had a really interesting conversation with a reporter from the Federation News Network.
Ah, that would be Miss Chambers, unless she's somehow multiplying.
Delightful woman. Um, ran into her. She was being thrown out of the Klingon embassy. Literally being thrown out. You know how those Klingons are.
Oh, I can't deny feeling a slight bit of envy, but continue.
Yeah, apparently they objected. They objected to her asking them why none of their ships had been bothered by the pirates. And that was the only question she says she got out. But anyway, she asked me if I knew anything about the station commander dealing in stolen goods.
Um, I'm gonna raise an eyebrow. Uh, Not that I know of. I'm trying to think here. Have I been dealing in stolen goods? No. I'm gonna say no. I quite frankly have been costing Starfleet a little bit of money, easing up on rents here and there, but not that I can think of. Do we have an idea about what these goods could be?
No, and I assured Miss Chambers that you would not that you're above that sort of thing. I told her I wasn't, but that you're totally above that sort of thing. And
Well,
just be mindful of who you do business with, Commander. The media is watching,
oh, isn't that a relief?
and that Frankie friend of mine is definitely involved in the black market, sir.
Excellent. Well, I don't want to go too heavy. I've found the best way to make shadows disappear is to shine a spotlight. But perhaps you could figure out a way to personally follow up on this.
Well, I kind of like that Ferengi where she's at, sir. She's a good source of information.
I agree. Maybe you could somehow make yourself a source of information as well. And once the favors start flowing both ways, maybe who knows? You
Well,
can.
I I already reached an arrangement with Miss Chambers.
Oh, I was talking about the Ferengi, but
Oh,
if you
I've had a deal with her for a while.
fair, I guess I should have saw that one coming. Well, that's this is excellent. It appears that you seem to be on the right path, and it's an interesting tidbit about the Klingon merchant ships. But um, for now, I think we should definitely go ahead um, with your plan of the Orion pirate ship. However, maybe the security guards you're planning to bring, maybe you could give them a couple extra classes in Klingon fighting techniques.
Not really my cup of tea, but maybe I can find someone security that can give them a refresher.
Excellent.
Like I said, it'll still be another week before that Orion ship is ready, and I think it's going to be quite useful when it's done for all sorts of things.
Oh, absolutely. Let's uh, let's do what we can to keep it off books for now.
Oh, you're reading my mind, boss.
Arif's gonna smile and I suppose sit back down. Say, is there anything else?
No, Commander. It's oh, I've been just so it doesn't come as a surprise when anybody says anything. Uh, I've been hosting some of my family back home. I've been hosting one of their kids from back in the home world. Been come to stay with me for a few weeks. So if you hear rumors about me with a kid, it's not mine.
Uh, I'll just raise an eyebrow and say, well, okay. That's good to know. However, that is good to know because while I find you a wonderful friend and highly capable officer, I think it might be a few years yet before you're ready to take on the mantle of fatherhood.
Oh, I think I'm going to skip that this time around. That's a clinic. Clinics tells me I'm not really built for that sort of thing. I'll be honest with you. If I would have joined, I'd have probably told my friends back home no.
Well, never say never. After all, who knows? The universe has a way of seasoning us all.
Sure, sure. Well, just want to make sure that you knew I had some old family, the child of some old family friends that I'm looking after in case they're not ready for him to go home before I got to take that Orion ship out. I want someone to know about him in case that mission goes sideways. You know what I mean, Commander?
I do, but GQ, and I say this as someone considerably older than you, both of you. Well, the universe hasn't yet seasoned me enough either, so make sure you come back.
That's the plan, Commander. Well, got at least a week before you. Don't worry about it. Just want
Excellent.
to touch
And
base with you, Commander. And boss, be careful who you do your shopping from.
oh, I'm not too worried about it, but thank you. Worst they can do is, well, we'll see.
All right. Well, I got trouble to get into, boss.
Excellent. And I have sheep to count.
Fun with that. Garibaldi will head out.
And I'll get back to work until the opportunity presents itself to take a little nap.
Meanwhile, on the Sentry, as you begin your approach towards the Klingon merchant vessel.
All right, this is how we're going to handle it, crew. As soon as we drop out of warp, I want to maintain yellow alert. I want to immediately hail the Klingon vessel. Meanwhile, while we're doing that, I want full scans of that ship. See what kind of cargo they're carrying. And see if any of it comes from the ship that was just destroyed, the Amphilis. Did I come through, hopefully?
Yes, Captain, says the
Hi,
crew.
sir.
Khan, take us in.
Who is handling communications?
Yeah, we could probably have it come from...
Security guy. Is that ops?
Well, she's the engineer, so she'd probably handle it. Since
Yeah.
that's tactical, and then sensors.
And most communication functions are engineering, so Well, what a good engineering person on that.
Yeah, that's my thought.
Doctor, I sent you something.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're being hailed by the vessel, sir.
On screen, get those scans.
On it, Captain.
String.
Nocron will begin scanning the Klingon vessel.
This is the USS Sentry.
Well, I'm waiting for them to come up. Did they come on screen?
Sorry, I was trying to give a name. This is Captain Laura. To what do I owe the pleasure for a Starfleet vessel?
Captain, this is Lieutenant Commander Sarah Vogel of the USS Sentry. Thought I would escort you to Deep Space 17, as there's apparently been several pirate attacks in the area. Figured since we were heading that way, we'd offer you the escort.
Very well, Federation vessel. For a scan, reason, science or engineering difficulty of 2 assisted by the ship's sensors plus engineering.
We'll go reason science. We'll go reason science. You said difficulty 2. Let me spend one of my little momentums here on a third die. And use my sensor operations focus. I didn't.
Oh, what's the ship?
There's my third die.
Sensors engineering. Okay, 4 momentum.
Let's see. So we got to find something to do with those 2 float. Oh, let me get the information. Oh, dang it! I keep putting them on the boat. There we go. There's my 2 little floaties. All right, let's see what I learned. Okay. Since I got 2 float, is mining equipment among the things among the cargo and the manifest of the missing vessels? Captain, they've got they're carrying mining equipment in their cargo hold. Any evidence of sensor masking or anything like that that might be disguising or disguising what they're holding? I'm not reading any signs of sensor masking or any other types of subterfuge devices hiding their cargo cabin. I'm also not reading mining equipment in the manifest of the lost vessels.
Very good. Thank you. Keep a active sensor lock on that ship, just in case anything suspicious turns up.
Will do, Captain.
Con, maintain a defensive posture on this ship. Tactical, give me everything you can from the Klingon databases about this ship. What house it belongs to, where it came from, where it's going, possible cargo manifest.
Hi, sir. I'll look into it right away.
Reason con difficulty 2, assisted by the ship's computer's gone.
Write that down. Okay, and then he probably doesn't have specialty yet. Do we have a momentum? Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll take. How important is this?
I mean, I would like to get the information if possible.
About 2 day worth of momentum.
I mean, we got 6 momentum, so
Sure, 3 momentum spent, I guess. That means focus. Nice.
and we get 2 of it back. So
Yep.
It works.
Get 2 back. I sent you something, Doctor.
The vessel is called the Gagek Underhouse Morkai. Can I find out more about House Morkai? What their affiliations are in the area and stuff. Any Duras affiliations? Always look out for those.
I really can't give you affiliations that wouldn't be in the records.
Right. I gave her all she wrote. But is there more information I can get about the captain or the ship. Oh, captain is not Klingon, sir. He's Cryosian. But the vessel is under the House Morgan. Good get.
Very good. Send that information to the ready room and give me a secure line to Deep Space 17. Tell him I would like to talk with Garibaldi. Route it to my console in the ready room.
Aye, sir.
And I'll say the tactical officer has the bridge. If he's ranking. I don't know who's ranking. He's a lieutenant, yeah. Lieutenant Thorin, you have the bridge.
Thorin, sir. Yes, of course.
And I'll head wherever the ready room is.
And side note, GM, could I have control of the character?
It's a small ship. Your ready room is the closet, just off to the left of the bridge.
That's a WC, sir. Ma'am. Just kidding.
Where's my ready room? Here?
One's the turbo lift, one is the ready room.
All right, which one is which? Is the question.
It really doesn't matter.
Use
Yeah,
your
I like
office.
that one.
And we flip the map of the orientation of the ship.
So yeah, so I would like a secure channel to Deep Space 17, and I would like, and tell them I would like to speak to Garibaldi.
I will make it so.
And if you could just post that information the GM sent you in the last, just so I can roleplay properly.
I've done in most places.
Oh, there it is. Perfect.
Right.
I just don't know if we need to roll for the secureness.
Yeah, I don't.
It's gonna be a secure line, so that's gonna be
I would make a secure line.
if it's secure,
Yeah.
then you guys tell me what difficulty you want to set to, and that's what you're rolling for. So,
I would like diff 3.
be control engineering diff 3, assisted by the station's, the ship's communications engineering.
What about security protocols? Would be a focus, perhaps. Most likely.
No.
He's making a secure channel using.
This is more of like subspace communications.
Secure line. All right. I will take a momentum for a die. Diff 3, so.
Diff 3.
Was it control? You said, right? Security.
Who knows?
Does that count as a success?
Yes, you succeed.
Uh, Captain, your channel is open on your desk.
Thank you.
I said, click.
Lieutenant Quinnix here.
Garibaldi, how's the station doing?
I haven't blown it up yet.
Well, that's good. But hey, I need you to do me a favor.
Ooh, a favor. What you need, Bobo?
We're escorting a Klingon merchant ship to Deep Space 17. We have reason to believe that they passed near the destroyed vessel, the Amphilis, potentially stealing cargo or for some other needs. I'm not exactly sure yet. We did get some information on the vessel. It's called the Gagek, and it falls under the jurisdiction of a House Morkai. I would like you to find out as much information as you can about the vessel and that house. Also, if you could inspect the vessel's cargo, that would be great. If you could fabricate a reason to do so.
Well, we can always come up with a mandatory Starfleet safety inspection. Um, but Sarah, the ambassador belongs to that house.
Does he?
Yep.
That's what I was afraid of. I knew that house name sounded familiar. Try to do this as delicately as possible. I'm not really sure what's going on yet, but the fact that that ship was attacked by Klingon vessels is a little worrisome.
Well, I'm going to hope for us that this is a red herring you're chasing, but I'll see what my other boss's files have on the Zakek in the house.
We also detected a few more Klingon vessels that passed by the area as well. We were supposed to be heading towards 17 also. If you could just cross-reference their cargo manifolds as well with any sensor scans the station has. There's just been a lot of Klingon activity recently.
No doubt. Well, I find really interesting. I told the commander I ran into a reporter earlier today as she was getting thrown out of the ambassador's office for asking questions about the fact that their ships haven't been bothered by any of the pirate activity. Apparently, the ambassador didn't like that question.
That raises even more concerns.
Yeah, that reporter flew at least a good 3-4 feet before she hit the ground.
Not so much about the reporter, about the fact that they're selectively only attacking Federation transports and not Klingon. I don't like this at all.
Well, I'm with you. All right, give me a few minutes. Let me see what my other bosses have. Jim, I like to use my once per mission intelligence agent superpower to get get Starfleet intelligence's files on that ship and that house. Silence ensues as the GM decides how to handle it.
Maybe Garibaldi's I'm losing words at the moment.
Oh, he finished.
Paranoia is rubbing off on Vogel a little bit.
Yeah, it's good. Huh. That was interesting. Well, Sarah, that ship's been part of the Mackay family for at least 50 years. What I find really interesting is that that ship's captain, he's not Klingon, is he?
No, he is not.
No, according to the files I got here, he used to be a slave to another house and then pledged loyalty to Mackay.
I mean, Klingons do value loyalty above all.
That most of the families value honor. Most of them, anyway.
It's not unheard of for aliens to join Klingon houses.
So if the Mackay got him, managed to free him from his service to the other house, he may be very loyal to Mackay.
Like I said, try to inspect the vessel keeping within Starfleet regulations. I don't want to cause any diplomatic incidents if we're chasing Ghost here.
I'll get on that. Let's see
And
if
you'll
I can.
see and you'll see Vogel kind of start rubbing her forehead.
You all right, Sarah? You're having all the fun out there.
After these last couple of weeks, I think it's time for a vacation.
Well, as your unofficial counselor, I'd say you need one. Catch a shuttle back to Montana for a while.
I don't know if the commander will be able to run the station for that long.
Don't worry, I promise not to let him blow it up.
I think Kate is having a scientific symposium I might try to get to.
Oh, if nothing else, I'll sign the leave order for you and convince the commander that he did it. I've gotten pretty good at forging his signature.
The less I know, Garibaldi, the less I know.
All right, well, let me get to work coming up with a good reason to inspect these vessels. I probably should let the commander know what I'm up to, at least most of it.
Very well. We're still, however long. How far are we away from the station, GM?
About 10 hours.
We're still roughly 10 hours out from Deep Space 17. We'll act like we're convoy escorting at the moment.
One big happy family. That's awful friendly of us.
Well, that's the least I can do. Offer protection to our allies.
Oh, well, keep an eye out for cloaked vessels and be safe out there, sir.
I have them running constant scans. Oh, well, let me know what you find out.
Will do. Be a
Sentry
17.
out.
When we get back to the station, Garibaldi will have headed up to Reef's office.
What is Captain Vogel doing?
Captain Vogel is getting a nice hot cup of tea. And it's probably just gonna look at sensor readings from the station, from the ships, trying to see if there's a pattern to these attacks. You know, the last 8 attacks on merchant vessels. See if she can't find some type of pattern.
Okay, I'll cut back that to a moment. Garibaldi, a reef.
Enter.
No, like, is Garibaldi going? Okay. Didn't know if Garibaldi was heading up there or not.
I am. Hey, boss, I'm back.
So you typically are. Excellent. I'm glad to see that you were safe, though I thought the mission wasn't for another week.
Right. I need a favor.
You so frequently do.
Yeah. Well, you're good at the bureaucratic stuff.
Well, I think they just sense that I care a little for the bureaucracy, but go on.
Yeah, I need authorization and a good reason to search, in particular, a Klingon vessel called the Jakek, but all the other Klingon vessels that dock. You know, safety inspection, health inspection, customs inspection.
Correct me if I'm wrong, GQ, but are we not about a week out from a huge medical crisis?
Oh, you mean those those illnesses coming out of the expanse?
That is correct. And though we may have found a solution, who's to say that it's not merely temporary? I believe, well, it might require some extra manpower, but I believe that you should start inspecting all of the ships that are currently attached to DS-17 just to double check that they are structurally sound and the people are healthy. Start with the
Well,
Klingons.
and they're not carrying anything in their cargo bays that might be carrying an infectious agent, unknowingly, of course.
Of course. Why don't why don't I get to work issuing that directive and well, you start with the Klingons.
But,
Well, GQ, make them second.
right. Well, probably get our security chief involved and send the order to him. I'll just help security with the Klingons.
Very well. It'll be good for them to see a familiar face.
Right, you are. Ah, all right. Thanks, Commander.
Anytime.
Garibaldi's going to go out to ops and ask Burke or whoever for a list of all incoming ships, listing the names, cargo manifest, and uh, what flag they're flying under. So,
For 2 momentum.
well,
Or
that seems like a
reroll.
worthy spend. I'll just spend the momentum. That seems like a good. That seems like a good advantage to spend for.
Other than the Influs, which was due 2 hours ago, the Klingon merchant vessel Eshar has already docked and the Klingon vessel, merchant vessel Gagek is scheduled to dock within 10 or so hours from now.
Those are the only ships docking in the next 24 hours?
Yes. We got a notice from K31 that they're going to delay certain departures and attempt to stagger out the deployment of the merchant vessels.
All right. That first Klingon ship, how long have they been here?
45 minutes or so.
Very well. Pull up their cargo manifest for me.
They appear to be carrying medical supplies.
You got the list with the crate numbers and whatnot from the latest missing Starfleet vessel.
The Empress was supposedly carrying, from my understanding, portable housing pods and reactors.
Right. You got the so no medical supplies. It's interesting.
Correct.
All right. I need tracking information on any missing cargo that's come up missing in the last week.
That is going to be a roll. That's going to be a reason con difficulty of 4. Must spend some threads.
Ooh. I need somebody that's good at con. Reason con?
Reason con assisted by the ship's communication, or sorry, computers con.
Okay. You
Paperwork.
take research as a focus.
Sure, I'll take research as a focus.
No, none of my values will apply, so I'm gonna need some dice on this one. I will give you a threat and those 2 momentum so I can get 2 extra die. All right, dice.
Go station.
4, 5, 6. I will just spend a quash. That's enough to get it and quash, right?
Yes.
And then I will take my win and squash.
Everything in terms of missing supplies from the 8 vessels, all of them are pretty various in terms. Most of them are construction materials, and food and medical supplies. All have been are currently missing from those vessels that have either been confirmed destroyed or currently MIA.
All right, then Garibaldi's next step is to take that list and then go assist station security with their inspection, take that list and Commander Reef's orders and go assist station security with the scan of the Klingon vessel currently in dock. And as I scan things, I'm basically trying to compare tracking information that I have on this list with what's in the Klingons' cargo hold.
So you're pulling station security?
Yeah, as I imagine, Reef can correct me if I'm wrong, but that the orders to do this will go through station security, and then Quinix is just helping.
Yes.
Or
Well,
station
actually,
enforcement. Whoever does customs enforcement.
is Mountain is on
He's on the
the
sentry.
correct?
He's currently on the sentry.
Then it'll probably if It'll probably originate from medical and then hit command and then hit security. At least in terms of the paperwork trail.
Then Garibaldi will wear a Starfleet medical uniform. Just means he puts on his blue shirt today, or teal, or whatever color that is there.
It's the color of pretty.
But you got to know Garibaldi's got one of every color in his closet.
Sorry, I'm just setting up a scene. You head over to the docking ring where currently the merchant vessel is docked at. As you get closer, you notice a certain Ferengi woman standing there talking with a somewhat humanoid looking captain ish. He has spots along the side of his face, kind of similar to Trill, but larger in size.
As I approach, what are they talking about?
Let's use that guy. Let's go, I guess, insight security or command difficulty 2.
I will take inside security. I will give you a threat to activate bold. Am I being sneaky enough for espionage?
You have security officers with you. I'm saying no on that.
All right, that's fair. I'll re-roll my one failure.
Gain a momentum. From where you're at, you can make out that Orexia is currently trying to bargain for the price of his current medical supplies. Like, she's trying to knock down the price several, what he's offering it for.
I'll stroll up and just look at them cheerfully. Man, good luck with that negotiation, Cam. This one's got the loaves for business.
Can I help you? And she
Yeah.
kind of shocked at the uniform and confused. Lieutenant, I was not expecting you. Is there a problem? I assure you this is a legitimate business transaction.
I believe every word that you just said. Actually, I'm just assisting Starfleet Medical. And he'll look at the captain and kind of head down a pad with the commander's orders. I'm really sorry about this, Captain, but the commander's ordered me to conduct scans of all docked vessels and all incoming vessels. Had some nasty viruses coming out of the Ebon Expanse.
We've been nowhere near the Ebon Expanse. In fact, our heading comes from Klingon space.
Sure, sir. But my orders are to scan them all. Even though you might not come out of the expanse, just by being docked here, it's kind of tangentially been in contact. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience, but I mean, orders are orders. You know what I mean? Here's the order from the commander. Me and my team be in and out very quick. You won't even notice we're
This
there.
isn't. Excuse me. The details of the scans are vague. What exactly you? If you're just wanting to scan our crew, I'm sure I can get my crew members to all come and scan as you clear them one by one. But I have to insist of you not searching my vessel. We've been scanned by the station. This is highly inappropriate.
I understand, Captain. It's a non-invasive scan. You got a particular virus I'm scanning for. Anything else that comes up to scan be confidential. You got my word on it.
Is it contagious?
I'm afraid so. That's the reason for the commander's order. If this wasn't contagious and highly viral, we would not we would not inconvenience our guests in this manner if it wasn't absolutely necessary.
Perhaps we could discuss this deal later. And she hustles away at lightning speed. You Federation types really know how to mess up a deal.
I'm really sorry, sir. I feel like I've mishandled this whole thing. Just honestly, sir, if I just come in and do my job, get out, certainly barely an inconvenience to you, sir. I mean, help me out here. I mean, I got to carry out these orders. I can't do another month in the brig.
Presence command difficulty 2, complication range 2.
These are not my good stats. All right, I'm gonna try to spend my determination. There's no callback because I've never tried this before. Risk taken the pursuit of knowledge must be taken. As I'm taking the risk trying to pull one over on this captain.
You're spending on the value, your determination?
Yeah.
Sure.
They said difficulty 2, yeah?
Yes, difficulty 2, complication range 2.
So I'm just going to roll flat since I've got what I need to succeed.
Gain a momentum. Make it quick, right this way. And he kind of mumbles something towards his Nausicaan friend as he escorts you into his ship.
I will follow.
Scene change. Oh, Vogel, you're probably in the ready room still.
Yes.
Give me reason plus security difficulty of 2. And I'll allow an assist from either the computer or a supporting character.
I have the I'll be assisted by the tactical supporting character because I'll probably have them. If I could be assisted by them, I'll have them kind of help discern patterns in the Klingons and the attacks. If you'll allow that. I'll use the momentum for a third die. And what's the ship?
It's either the supporting character or the ship.
What would?
Yeah, help me.
Yeah, I'll still do the supporting character then.
Yeah,
what is
difficulty
it?
2. Reason security.
Yeah, I already rolled mine.
Insight security.
Reason security.
Security or technical systems count as a focus.
More like investigation techniques or
Security protocols.
no, wouldn't be security protocols.
Then what is that?
You're doing it. You're tactically analyzing like for the pirate activity. Security protocols deals with the actual ship's security protocols, like how things are handled under Starfleet.
You rolled a 1 anyway.
Keep that as a me. It's a chip.
Four
Two
momentum gain.
successes. Ooh.
You surmise that they must have some sort of scouting vessel, and they're being very choosy of their targets. Ones that don't spark. You can tell like the cargo, whatever cargo the ships are carrying, is fairly mundane enough that it won't sort of spark interest if they go to resell it.
So very mundane items that are
Yeah.
very common is what they're taking.
Yes.
Okay. I will pass that along to Garibaldi because that seems very relevant to what he's investigating.
The other thing you notice, like in all the attacks, it is definitely at least 3 to 4 vessels that are initiating the attack. And they're essentially doing hit and run passes. Like one comes in, strikes, cloaks away, the other one comes in and strikes, always keeping up a constant barrage against their target, not allowing them to get a defense up and strike back.
Okay.
Essentially like a hit and run tactic.
Yeah. So I'll send the analysis of what they're taking to Garibaldi because I think that'll help him. And then I'll have my tactical officer try to devise a way of detecting the cloaked vessels to potentially have a torpedo firing solution while they're cloaked, just in case we need it.
Okay.
See if he can maybe predict the pattern to send like a torpedo spread to, a potentially predictable location.
I will give you an advantage. Like if you spend 2 momentum, I'll make it an advantage. If it would have to be after the first attack, so you would be able to strike the second one potentially where that one be coming at, because they come at different angles and it's fairly consistent.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking if we're able to do it while they're cloaked, they won't have shields up, so we might be able to survive enough to get out of there. Is what I'm thinking. So yeah, I'll definitely spend the 2 momentum for that.
Okay. Anything else?
No, we're just on escort duty. So maybe Vogel will find a little rack time. Yeah, she's probably been at this for a while. Probably just nap on this couch.
Okay. Actually, I want to do something fun before we cut back to Garibaldi. You get a chime at your door, Commander Reef.
Enter.
Commander, I was in the process of doing a deal that'd be beneficial to both of us, but is it true about this viral pandemic that could potentially besiege the station? Stuff like this is very bad for business.
Not if you're in the medical supply business. But that being said, you should know just as much as everyone that the fact of the matter is, the everywhere is always at risk of an outbreak or a pandemic. Anywhere where there's a large collection of people, um, whether or not it's from the Ebon Expanse or, well, quite frankly, homegrown, it's a risk we all live with. But the fact of the matter is, I'm simply trying to uh, make sure there hasn't been a mutation. I have no reason to currently suspect there is, but personally, I'm not a doctor. I don't make these calls. I know I feel fine. How do you feel?
I've been a bit tired. Maybe I'll see the doctor. Yes. Just to make sure I'm not. I was in contact with the one Crozian.
Well, if I may ask, why don't you tell me about this deal that you were working on, and maybe I can figure out a way to salve some of your financial burdens if it does go up in flames.
Uh, it was a really good deal for some medical supplies. I was hoping to resell it to the Federation for a increased profit to help the Nerfians.
Nodding, Reef says, I understand. That is essentially the process of a middlewoman. Um, Now, just out of curiosity, uh, if you do still manage to acquire these supplies, I would like, before you attempt to sell to the Federation, I would like to uh, you to provide me a small sample so that I may inspect the merchandise. Because, quite frankly, if if it's as good as one could hope for, a Reef will say kind of slowly, well, it could really help us out right now, and I could probably save you the trip of going to the Federation homeworld.
I was merely wishing to negotiate with Federation merchants, but if Starfleet would be willing to procure.
We kind of need
these-
them.
Of course, I will allow all once I require the items in question. I'll be more than happy to let you take a look at them. We are business acquaintances after all.
Now, I have some more questions. Is the station to your liking?
Business has slowed down a little bit given the current crisis, but I assume
Well,
normal trade will resume. Of course, most of the merchant vessels are not carrying supplies for trading purposes.
And remind me, just because I've been working 23-hour days, you have your own vessel, correct?
I had to sell it recently to procure merchandise to sell. But I may be able to get my hands on once profits arise.
Okay, excellent. Um, I okay, I'll keep that in mind. Well, you could say I have a tingling in behind the lobes, but I'd like a little bit longer for my idea to truly come alive. Though I believe we should have a meeting next week if it works for you.
I will clear my schedule, Commander.
Oh no, don't do that. Just only for the, hour or two when I call.
Perhaps give me a day's notice.
If I can, I'd love to, but as you know, it's all hands on deck right now in this station, so I'll do the best I can to give you the notice that you deserve, but we all need to, well, we all need to strap up and take what the situation gives us for the next little bit.
Of course. If you excuse me, I wish to check in at sickbay to make sure I am all right.
Please do, and please, I personally I want to make sure you're all right too. So if it's okay and you'll allow, just have the doctor let me know that you check out because, well, quite frankly, you your safety, being a resident of this station, is paramount.
You are far too kind, Commander.
I know, but you'll get used to it.
You should go to sickbay. I insist as well. You can never be too careful.
Uh, Smiling, I'll say, with all due respect, Elorian, uh, if if anything had cropped up, we would not. You would be having this conversation with Vogel because I would be gone. But as soon as time allows, I believe I'll take your advice. Actually, I believe time can allow, and I'll get up and I'll say, allow me if you don't mind some company. I'll come and get a scan as well.
It's your station, Commander.
Well, then let us go together. I've always found the walk is more enjoyable with a company.
Meanwhile, Garibaldi, being escorted into the ship, and you notice, another Nausicaan sort of hangs out in the corridor of this merchant vessel.
Gentlemen,
Don't mind them, they're just curious.
of course, of course. Wow. Let me get started. Sooner started, sooner finished, right? Caribou to begin scanning. They head towards the cargo bay.
Excuse me, through quarter, all the crews that way.
I gotta. You saw the order from the commander, right? I gotta scan your cargo bay.
I assure you, there's nothing in that cargo bay that needs to be scanned. That's shielded, and I don't let the crew go in there unless it's absolutely necessary.
I told you before, man, Captain. I can't afford to do another month of the brig.
Not my
You gotta help.
problem.
You gotta help me out here. I gotta do the scan.
Listen, and he kind of pulls out some slips of platinum. Look, I'm sure you don't need to go into my cargo bay. If you want to, look, just scan my crew, call it a day. I'm sure your superiors will look at it as a fine report.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know you very well. I mean, this is kind of what I spent the last month of the brig for.
Look. No one's asking you to do anything you're not comfortable with. I'm just asking you just to do your scans here and be done with it. Look,
Well, at least
if you wanna be, you could look at the environmental control system, and you could look at all how our filtrations. If it matches your virus that's in our filtration system, then look, you got your cause. But I'm sure you, whatever bug you're looking for, it's not on my shit. And in the other hand, he pulls out a bar, or not a full bar, but a strip. Look, and kind of tucks it in your pocket there. Look, buddy, come on. Just call it a day, right?
all right, but you gotta like call and complain or something so the commander will think I did my job.
I'm sure I can make that happen.
You're not gonna rat me out. I can't do another month of the brig, man.
Nah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll make it good, all right? Don't worry.
All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. Man, I tell you, the food in the brig sucks. I think they do something. I think they do something to the replicators in there. Well, I will do the things the kind individual suggested, and leave peacefully with my Latinum.
All right, you have one strip of gold pressed platinum along with 3 slips.
And yep, soon as I'm safely out of hearing and seeing distance of these guys, tell the security guy with me to hang around this area, for safety, and let me know who visits this ship. Just don't be obvious about it, okay?
Present security difficulty 2?
Give you a threat so I can activate bold.
And a momentum. And yeah, they'll hang back and be nonchalant.
And then again, once I'm at earshot, I'm gonna ask the computer if you can tell me where that particular Ferengi is.
Deck 31, Medical Center.
Thank you, computer. Your body will head there. Look, poor captain must see. So, resetting his PC.
Meanwhile, on the Sentry, after your long, lovely nap and uneventful progress, the Sentry finally arrives back at Deep Space 17.
I'll come very gingerly back on the bridge. Bags under the eyes and such. Report.
We're about to make contact with the station and request for docking. The Genkek has already filed for docking procedures with the station.
Very good. Take us in.
Aye, sir. The Sentry docks after somewhat eventful, not eventful patrol.
Let's get all ship's logs transferred over to Deep Space 17 for analysis. Let's go ahead and make sure she's inspected and ready to head out if she's needed.
Aye, sir.
Keep the ship on standby and make sure she's crewed at all times.
And with that, we'll, as you and Dr. Mountain exit the ship.
Exit stage left, even.
How are you, Doctor?
Oh, pretty good. Sorry that we weren't able to save anybody, but I set up the temporary morgue, and we'll make sure we let their families know and take care of the situation. May want to let the captain, commander know, or even the admiral. I don't know how the procedures go to do that. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, that was my next step was ops.
Yeah, well, it's too bad. But hopefully we got enough information to help out whatever's happening here.
Yeah, I got Garibaldi following up on a few leads. It's a shame we didn't get there in time.
I know. Well, you should alert all the other ships that are in the area because you never know. You might be around.
Yeah, I got the few reports from Deep Space 17. It looks like K-31 is staggering the transports and trying to send them at different times.
Yeah, just make it a little more difficult to see what we're doing. Well, I wish us luck because it's going to be tough if we can't even get supplies here. Who knows what medical supplies we might have for these people? It could be just civilians for the next time. Who knows? Not everyone might be on a Federation escort.
Yeah, hopefully Starfleet sends a few more ships down here to try to keep the patrol lanes clear.
Last thing we need is Klingons, but whoever blowing stuff up. We already have a humanitarian crisis. But, I'm gonna check back into my sick bay and see if there's anything urgent. But keep me informed, and if you obviously need my assistance on any way, I'd be available.
All right. Thank you for your help, Doctor.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And Vogel will head to ops.
Vogel, you step into the turbo lift where you see a woman already standing in there, holding a pad and kind of reading. And she goes, "Oh, hello."
Hi. What time is it?
1400 hours.
And Vogel will kind of just rub her forehead.
You're the station's first officer, aren't you? Lieutenant Commander Sarah Vogel, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Kate Chambers, Federation News Network. Pleasure to meet you.
You as well.
Long patrol?
You could say that. It's been a long couple of weeks.
Any closer to handling that pesky pirate problem?
Who did you say you're with?
The Federation News Network.
Well, as you know, Miss Chambers, all information on that will be released through the liaison office.
Right. Of course. You should get some sleep.
That's the best piece of advice I've heard all week.
And the turbolift door comes to a halt as Miss Chambers press step out.
Have a good day, Miss Chambers.
Turns around. You as well, and good luck. She disappears down the corridor.
Computer, ops. And Vogel kind of just leaned back against the back of the turbo lift, closing her eyes as she heads up.
Meanwhile, in sickbay, Reef, you entered sickbay with your Ferengi friend, and she's been hollering and screaming as they're attempting to scan her, and she's freaking out and panicking.
Hey, now.
As Garibaldi walks in.
Hey, what's going on?
I wanted to see. I was looking for my favorite Ferengi, who seems a little panicked. What's got you worried there, sister?
The noise!
What noise?
That thing, that thing, you don't hear that?
No. But I got good news for you. It's like great news for you.
Turn that thing off.
Oh, you don't have to finish the scan, nurse. Don't worry. Don't worry your precious little lobes. And Garibaldi will rub a lobe. I scan the Ishar, bow to stern. Nothing to worry about.
And she's just covering her ears.
Psychosomatic illnesses in the Ferengi. Aren't you ready to go down and finish your deal and make some more profit?
Before he even finishes, and she like covers her ears and just walks and charges out of the room, nearly bumping into Dr. Mountain as he walks into sickbay. As she
Excuse me.
flies out the door.
Oh,
Steps aside.
Garibaldi's going to follow her.
Right.
I need that
Good to see you.
Excuse me. Hot date.
Commander Arif. How are you today?
Hello, Dr. Mountain. Sorry I can't stay in chat, but Arif is going to follow the Ferengi as well.
Wow. Is it something I said?
Probably.
Not this time, Doctor.
Not this time. Good to know. Nurse, maybe you can give me a little update once. Bye, Commander. Just kidding. You were doing well? Okay, bye. Anyway, nurse, how are you doing today?
I just turn on the tricorder.
Okay. Oh, Ferengi sensitivity. There is a setting for that. Here, let me show you. Here, it takes into account the different species and sensitivities. And so it goes out of silent mode. Although I knew there was a silent mode. I like to do that for them because they're very sensitive.
Right. She was my only, first and hopefully my only Ferengi patient.
Well, I mean, now you know what to expect, so that might be at least a better icebreaker than damaging their inner lobes.
I mean, I think she damaged mine with that screech.
Well, I could examine you if you like, or see if it's true.
No, doctor. I think if it went on for a little bit longer, then maybe. But I think
I was wondering what that was coming down the hall.
the screams of a panicking Ferengi for just this simple medical scan.
I'm thankful I was quite far away. I'm sorry that you had to take the brunt of it.
Not at all, doctor.
Very good. Anything to report other than about Ferengi?
No, other than some bizarre report that came in about medical equipment scans.
Excuse me, what?
There was a complaint about I think it's from lieutenant some lieutenant medical staff about doing a needless scan on
Need a scan.
Eshar, the Klingon merchant vessel.
Okay.
We didn't send anyone from the medical department to do a medical scan.
Well, okay. Do you have more information? Or who might have been in the area?
No, this supposedly happened an hour or so ago.
Already happened.
Like,
All right.
I don't even have orders for a scan to do a scan.
Thank you. I look into it.
Of course, Doctor. If you don't mind, I'm going to listen to something more calming.
Yes. I do not suggest Klingon opera.
More like a soft melody.
Vivaldi says times. He's going to take the report and look it over and see if there's any information he could glean about why someone would do that. And who would I report to this? Will this be Arif?
You would report it, ask Arif about the report, and let him know about the complaint.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll send it via text in case he's busy. But basically, I send the report and essentially say, we had no medical officers down there. You might want to look into imposters, impersonating medical officers.
A couple minutes later, you'll get a text back saying, "Thank you, doctor. Although, while I know it's not your fault, this day is turning into quite a nightmare. I'm still looking forward to our dinner at some point."
That's fair. I think having not been able to bring anyone home alive from the last mission has soured myself into a nightmare mode myself. So I've been making arrangements, and we'll make sure that they hopefully will find the best ritual or whatnot that is appropriate for them. I'm sure that's more of your purview, but I have them being transferred to the station, so that it'll be ultimately your responsibility.
Absolutely.
Sorry to report, I could not have saved any, but I could at least determine what happened.
Understood, doctor. No one, given the situation, no one could have handled it better.
Thank you for your compliments, and yeah, we'll check out the promenade maybe tomorrow or maybe. Let's not put it off too long.
Indeed. I look forward to it.
All right. No. Let me know if anything. I need to report anything or whatnot.
Acknowledged.
Meanwhile, at Ops, Vogel get off the turbo lift and onto Ops. And Burke kind of perks up. Commander Vogel, just to inform you that the Eshar has docked. We got the Ginkek docked. But the Eshar captain filed a odd complaint about a Starfleet medical officer doing an unorthodox scan on board his ship. He thought it was a waste of his time and the officer's time, and how it was very appropriate that we didn't contact him first. He was in the middle of some negotiations with a business on this, another trader on the station.
Did you file the complaint in the computer?
Yes.
Noted. Where'd the commander go?
He went. I think he went to sickbay with the Ferengi.
Hmm.
Honestly, it's just been me up here like the past 2 days. I don't know how you do it.
I don't know how I do it either. I guess I'll just wait for him then. And Vogel just get to work getting the logs from the sentry into the station and filed and whatnot.
Okay. As you're following you two following your Ferengi friend into the terrestrial enclosure to her shop, where she suddenly starts grabbing things and putting them in bags.
But Sarah, what are you doing?
Huh?
You're not going on vacation, are you? Not when there's great profit to be found.
Yeah, what's going on?
Your friends are trying to kill me. This is no place to do business.
This is the perfect place to do business. No one's trying to. Why would I kill such a good
Especially
guy?
if you go rent free.
Huh?
I wanted you. In fact, I followed you because I wanted to encourage you to finish your deal with Captain of the Ashar. And Garibaldi, when he says the word encourage, he flashes those two slips of Latin.
Huh.
I'd love for you to tell me what else he had to sell besides medical supplies.
Why do you want me to buy the supplies? You were the one there that already interrupted the deal. And now
I
you want me
know,
to go through with it?
and I feel so bad about it. Here, have a couple slips of Latinum in compensation for for the waste of your time.
Waste of my time was going to that infernal torture chamber.
Oh, I never go anywhere with sick bay myself. I understand completely. Now, really, back to business. But besides medical supplies, what else did he have to sell?
I was merely there to purchase medical supplies.
And he didn't offer you anything else.
Nothing else.
Well, it looked like you were pretty close to closing the deal. Maybe you should go back and close the deal. I mean, we're kind of in need of medical supplies, aren't we, Commander? Maybe we could help out Sarah out by buying them off of her after she buys them.
Why do you keep calling me this Sarah? I am Orexia.
I had your name. The player was using it because that was how he was pronouncing the name from his logs. What do you say, sir?
And with all due respect, in regards to sickbay, you did request to go there. That was your idea.
Had I known I would be tortured, I would have never gone there.
Had I known that you would have been tortured, I would never have let you go there.
Only do the deal, but 30% markup.
Can't negotiate that with the captain, but I want to inspect everything you purchase.
After the deal. And it's in
And
your hands.
13% is an awful lot. For that, you'd have to purchase pretty much everything he had to sell.
she said 30, not 13.
I could have swore he said 15. Maybe it was 10.
No,
Yeah,
I think 30%. I think 30% is acceptable. Arif will say, uh, in kind of a excited tone.
Well, there you go. We got a deal. Aren't you happy?
This is too
Not so
easy.
fast.
Uh-oh.
No, there is another condition.
That better not be
You,
another rug, sir.
no, I got my rug elsewhere. Um, however, I think your business is good for the station. So, in addition to selling this batch, should it pass Garibaldi's inspection, you would, you know, have to continue to do business on the station.
No exclusivity.
No, of course not. But you certainly would have to stay at least until we can get you enough profits to get that ship. Then we can talk about it again.
Well, certainly someone with lobes like that won't take her any time at all, especially 30%.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that I'll get the chance to speak with her again, and soon.
Fine. I'll finish the deal. If he's still willing. No guarantees.
And stay aboard the station in perpetuity.
I think you'll be more famous than Clark.
Eh. I have no plans to run a bar.
Well,
No,
even
no,
if you did, that's only DS9. We're DS17.
that's 8 times greater.
8 orders of magnitude better.
A few moments ago passed by, and she heads back over to where she was doing the business deal. And she begins negotiation with the captain of the Eshar to procure the medical supplies. Do you care to know what's going on in the conversation?
We would love to know. Fireball just happen to have listening devices in that area.
Insight security difficulty 1.
I'll give you a bold for. I'll give you a bold for threat.
Take my
Espionage
level.
for a focus.
Sure. Gain 2. In the conversation, you can, as Alexia is trying to negotiate the deal and strike the original bargain he thinks she was going for, it would appear that the captain is having a little reserve slot of selling all of the medical supplies in one go. And unfortunately, in order to purchase all of it, she had to, with an unusual problem, not known to business, which you would think was a bad deal, she had to pay a little extra, as the man had already lined up other buyers on the station.
Yeah, we're gonna have a good fun time explaining our budget outlays to Starfleet.
And just to make sure that the deal went through, yeah, she managed to secure it. And after a while, she comes back. I purchased all of the supply he had.
Done.
Eh, it was overpriced. At least the kickback I'm getting from you will make up for it.
See? Profit all. When's he making delivery?
Tonight. My cargo bay area that I am renting out.
What time?
2,100 hours.
Wonderful. Well, Commander, I guess you got a deal to complete with Sarah here.
So Alexia.
Alexia, sorry.
I'm a reef.
And then when you're done, I got something I got to tell you, Commander.
Of course. Listen, Orexia, why don't you just
I'll send
send
you
the
the
bill? Yeah, you know I'm good for it. I'll get you that within the next day or two. And as she leaves, I'll say, "What's up, GQ?"
Oh, did security go? Did security already go scan the Jakar? Jakek.
Yeah, it's just mining equipment. That's from the Klingon Empire.
Nothing that matches the. Oh, I've got that pad on me.
Yeah, nothing matches.
Oh, I got a report, Captain. Commander, I did take a bribe.
In the line of duty?
The captain of the Ashar was very insistent that I did not scan his cargo bay. And he had several Noskin friends. And you told me not to get killed.
Well, Well, I think you'd made the right call. And if nothing else, I'd say the bribe would easily be considered your exit strategy. So I don't see anything
But
wrong with it in this situation.
he's hauling something suspicious if he was that. I mean, he was very insistent on not going anywhere near his cargo bill. Even if he doesn't have the even if he doesn't have the stolen goods from the pirates, he's hauling something. Fairly serious. I
Okay.
understand. As I understand, it's a fairly serious charge, bribing a Starfleet officer.
Yeah, I definitely think there's something there. Do you, uh, I take it you weren't able to scan the cargo bay?
I wasn't. That's why I wanted our Ferengi friend to purchase it.
Well, an excellent job. It seems that hopefully we have, but uh, why don't, I'm thinking we should let the deal go through, but we definitely want eyes on their meeting, especially if Sarah the Second ends up getting into trouble.
Yeah, I agree. But keep in mind too, if we need an excuse to detain the Ashara, can always have me and the captain arrested
Interesting.
because
Um,
the medical officer that he bribed, he is awful weak, and he'd probably turn over under interrogation really fast. Probably why he spent the last month in the brig for accepting bribes.
Interesting. Let's keep that in the back pocket and use it in case they attempt to either depart or uh, it becomes necessary, and perhaps you can make yourself scarce of his general location for the next little patch.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to let you know we had a plan B, sir.
Excellent. And oh, GQ.
Yeah.
However much that bribe was for, why don't you be a prince and spread it among the refugees?
Yes. Sir. Well, I gave a couple of slips of it to Sarah while we were talking to her. That's where that money came from. I'll put the rest in
Oh,
the I'll put the rest in the refugee fund, sir.
full amount, and you can send me the bill for the remainder.
Ops to a reef.
Go for a reef.
4 Klingon vessels just decloaked near the station.
Decloaked.
Are these the merchant ships that we are expecting?
Merchant ships don't usually have cloaking devices, Commander. I think we need to
Well,
hit up ops.
agreed. We'll be right there.
They appear to be Vorcha class, sir.
That's unfortunate.
Maybe get them talking. Maybe get them talking, Commander, while we make our way up there.
Please, it'd be helpful.
I'll give you an action before Arif and Garibaldi arrive at Ops. Logo.
Well, as soon as they got uncensored, I'd be trying to hail them, and then of course, shields, etc., etc.
They send a reply back that they're here at the invitation of the ambassador.
Are their weapons shields powered?
Their shields are up.
Weapons?
No.
Alrighty then. Seems to be just inform the ambassador's ships are here type thing.
You stand down from red alert.
Yeah, we'll put it on yellow.
And I imagine about this time a reef and Garibaldi rabbit ops.
Here we come to mess up the day. Report.
Would appear the ships are here on request of the ambassador. It was nice of him to let us know they were dropping by.
Oh, they have a tendency to do that. Helps keep us on our toes.
Yeah, 4 Klingon warships will certainly do that. You look tired. You look tired, Commander. You look like you need a nap.
Sirs, the Eshar is wishing to part. They're requesting to be disembark.
Looking at Garibaldi, I'm gonna say Plan B doesn't seem very as desirable as it did.
Plan B might be the only way to keep them here, unless you come up with a reason for not letting them leave. I don't think they've completed their deal with our Ferengi friend.
No, I don't think so. However, I'm tempted to just live to fight another day and make your attempt with the Orion ship. And I'm gonna quickly give Vogel the kind of 10, 20 word summation of basically why. Um, actually, hold on. I'm gonna. Nope, I apologize. I'm actually not. Um, I'm gonna. Hmm. Unless I'm gonna look at him, I'm saying unless you have a plausible reason to keep that ship here.
They need to deliver. They need to deliver cargo that they've been paid for. We have a complaint from a Ferengi merchant, or we conceivably might have one if that ship leaves without dropping off the cargo.
Uh, I'm gonna look at Garibaldi. I'm gonna say, go get her to file a complaint now. And I'm gonna look at Sarah and say, if you can keep that ship here for 5 minutes somehow, I'm probably not the best one to do it right now.
Everybody's going to step into the hallway and get Sarah on a comm channel. I assume that's faster than running to the enclosure.
Okay. What is Vogel doing?
I'm gonna tell Burke to tell the ship to stand by until traffic clears. That should hold them until.
They're not responding. The Eshar is powering their weapons.
The Sentry's the only ship we have. Besides besides the runabouts.
Unless we have a complement of fighters.
Maybe contact the ambassador.
As you're doing that, we're going to enter combat. Wow. That was wow. They really suck at this. The Eshar starts firing at the docking clamp area and is missing.